So is the video today or we don't know?
Good evening, everybody. This is Cindy.
Good evening.
We'll be
Hi
getting
there.
Good evening.
a hello. Hello. Good to be back with you. We'll be getting started here in just a moment. So I've just put the main slide up on the screen here. Is it in full view for y'all?
Yes, it is.
Can you just?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. You don't see slide now because I want to make sure I'm sharing the right screen. You just got one big slide, right?
Yep, it's in presentation view for us.
Perfect, perfect. Hopefully we won't have many challenges. I will say tonight, I've got a headset on that I hope sounds good. You can tell me if it's not good and clear. However, sometimes it will pop off of the headset, and I don't know what it does. I think it goes back to my phone. So if that happens, please, say Cindy, something's gone wrong with your sound, and I will reset it. But sometimes it likes to pop off the Bluetooth. So, goodness, it's like right at 5, maybe a couple minutes after. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Hi, and welcome to Lesson 5 as we continue to work on this particular lesson, Support Project Team Performance. As this particular lesson explores concepts and tasks that are related to making sure that the team is doing their very best work and that they stay on track to achieve successful project outcomes. This lesson explores both people and process domains of the exam content outline. So we'll be very much seeing how people and process are involved in this particular lesson as we continue tonight to talk about manage issues and impediments and manage changes. I introduced myself last week, so I won't spend any time going back through that again. We have got the recording turned on, so we're good to go there as well. But before we get started, are there any questions?
I would just bring him.
And just as a reminder, if you're not already on mute, please make sure you put yourself on mute. And then if you do have a question, feel free at any time to come off mute and ask a question. I want to make sure that we're doing that real time if possible, but I'll also, of course, prompt along the way to see if there are any questions. Okay. All right. Oh, but and before we get started, so we've got maybe I think 20 or 24 slides. It's not very many this evening. I think it was 25 content slides maybe total. So I do kind of expect we probably will not need the whole session this evening. So that'll give you a little bit of time maybe to study up on some of the concepts that were covered tonight, or take a break. Everybody's got very busy lives. So I just wanted to let you know that more than likely we won't end up taking a break this evening because I think we'll be able to get done probably within an hour. Okay. All right. Very good. All right. And as I mentioned, we'll be covering topic D. We're going to be identifying the methods for implementing a project and the issues and impediments that arise during the project. We're going to dive into those concepts. And then our last topic is describing the methods for how we would go about implementing changes during a project. Okay. I'm going to escape for just a moment and go to my main slide, so bear with me. All right, and you should see a full slide up on your screen, okay? So from progress evaluations, we will find that change is very likely. Indeed, change is pretty much inevitable, but it's rarely insurmountable. So we're going to get started by looking at methods for implementing a project and the issues and impediments that arise during this project. And this is really an important topic for y'all to internalize, so there may be a few interactive discussion elements as we go along, okay? Before we go forward, let's just take a moment to get familiar with problem-related vocabulary. You've probably seen these terms before, I'm sure. But let's just take the next 2 minutes to just read and digest these 2 quotes from the PMBOK Guide, the 7th edition. So I'm going to just let 2 minutes go here, and y'all take a moment just to read this page, and then we'll talk about it. Well, it hasn't been quite 2 minutes, but I think maybe that's probably about sufficient time for you to read through that information. But an outcome of the review of materials has been a recommendation to move away from distinguishing among the terms obstacle, blocker, and impediment. However, since this training and the exam are aligned to the ECO and not to the PMBOK guide, and therefore exam questions may continue to be written using ECO terminologies, then we'll continue to loosely use these distinctions, right? So as a reminder, here they are. Impediments. Impediments are situations, conditions, and actions that slow down or hinder progress. For example, the team doesn't agree on a file saving location, so they got to take time to discuss this and kind of work through it to make sure everybody gets on the same page. I kind of started thinking a little bit about impediments in terms of like video games. So in a video game, it might be something like maybe a puzzle or a riddle that needs to be solved before the little guy in the video can continue on his way and try to get through the obstacle course. Okay. Obstacles are barriers that are movable, or they can be avoided, or they're able to be overcome with some bit of effort or strategy. For example, a construction crew may be unable to arrive at a work site before their permits are signed, right? So that's just something that needs to get moved out of the way, right, in order for progress to continue. And then blockers or events or conditions that cause stoppages in the work or any further advancement. For example, the company may have halted the use of any products from a certain firm until a new contract gets signed. But the net is that an impediment and a blocker are synonymous. They both mean an obstacle that prevents the team from achieving its objectives. But regardless, it is the project manager's responsibility to address all obstacles so that the team can get on with the business of producing value. Okay. Although the action of problem solving is really pretty much project agnostic, in other words, it's applicable to any type of project team or development approach, the terminology used for resolving problems tends to be called by unique names between predictive and adaptive teams. Predictive teams use the term issue to describe a condition or situation that may have an impact on the project objectives, and they use an issue log to capture the details of the issue. Adaptive teams, on the other hand, they use the term impediment to describe an obstacle or a blocker that prevents the team from achieving its objectives, and they use an impediment log to log the details of the impediment. This is likely related to the wide adoption of Scrum methods in Agile teams. Here we emphasize the relationship between risks and issues. A risk is generally defined as an event that might impact the project. In other words, it's focused on the future, what can potentially happen. A risk can be positive or negative, whereas an issue will always be negative and require a response. A risk is documented in the risk register, and an issue is documented in the issues log. A response to a risk is called a risk response, whereas a response to an issue is called a workaround. An issue is a risk that has happened and it will impact the project. In other words, it's focused on the present moment, what is currently being observed. And lastly, an issue can also just simply happen without a known risk even being present. These kinds of issues arise from unknown factors or sometimes what is called unfathomable uncertainty. So to illustrate, an example of a risk is perhaps a supplier might go on strike. And if we identify that as a risk, then we also know we're going to be doing some more analysis around that risk and coming up with a risk response. If the supplier actually goes on strike, then it becomes an issue and it needs to be addressed. Issues can arise at any time, but especially while the team is performing work. Areas prone to issue include, everything you see up here on the screen. Scope change control. As with any project, there will be requests to amend the scope of the project. Schedule control, for example, is also an area that can be an issue. Resources can be variable. We thought a supplier would deliver on a certain date or with expected quality. However, something went wrong, and now that is affecting our schedule. And cost control, likewise, can produce issues. Events arise that can affect the cost of a certain resource or causes the schedule to shift out. Can you think of any additional examples of issues that can arise? I'll open it up and ask if, just looking at any of these than the three I just covered, but is there any issue you can think of that could arise in these areas? Well, let's think about maybe project variance analysis, for example, right? We determine that something has gone awry, and so we begin to look at the variances, right? So that can end up causing some change, right? Or we can see, we dig down in there and we see what those issues are around the variances, what's been causing it. Those are certainly issues. And as I mentioned earlier, like just talking about maybe a vendor who gave us a bad quality, bad product input, that can affect the quality, of our outputs, right? So that can become an issue, right? That we, may or may not have anticipated. So there's a lot of different ways. I'd encourage you to really think about, how issues can arise in all aspects of the project, so that you can kind of be thinking more about how you might be able to address this from a change perspective. A project practitioner should have a plan for resolving issues that includes tracking problems, inconsistencies or conflicts, and conducting investigation toward resolution. This slide outlines the guidelines for managing issues to resolution. As issues arise, you'll want to promptly add them to the issue log. Recapping the definition of an issue, again, an issue is a current condition or situation that may have an impact on the project objectives. The issue log is used to record and monitor information on active issues, and issues are also assigned to a responsible party for follow-up and resolution. Then you'll want to assign an owner to each issue, right? The owner is responsible for tracking the progress of the workaround and then reporting back to the team. You'll want to give realistic due dates and make every reasonable attempt to meet it. And then issues should be a regular topic at every status meeting. I would say in our team, the one that I'm currently on, We have a quarterly review meeting with our senior vice president and other vice presidents that support the mid-markets team. And from that meeting, we capture unresolved questions or issues and track them to completion. And then we follow up at the next meeting to read out on those issues. Then you also want to work to limit the number of open issues to a manageable number. In addition to clearing up the issues, it also motivates the team as they see a clear path to success. And lastly, don't hesitate to escalate an issue to the project sponsor or the appropriate stakeholder if it exceeds an established threshold or it begins to have a major effect on the project. Sometimes we just need that extra support. So we just discussed how predictive teams align problems. Now let's talk a little bit about how agile teams use Scrum methods to approach problems in this way. The first step is to get a problem or impediment solved, is to discover or identify the most important impediment and its cause. When a Scrum Master detects that their team is not making progress toward the sprint goal, there is often an impediment looming around. Scrum provides many opportunities to find out what is blocking progress. The daily Scrum is a popular moment to talk about these. Also, many Scrum teams make good use of a sprint retrospective to point out impediments. But as the Scrum team is collaborating constantly during the day, any moment could be used to talk about a possible impediment, and the Scrum Master is always there to facilitate those moments just in time. Then the next step is just to solve it. The Scrum Master is responsible for removing the impediment and is a true leader, getting the people with the power to change the situation together to assess and agree on a sustainable solution. This isn't a very easy step, of course. Very often we must deal with conflicting interests, and it might be necessary to remind everybody of the company's strategy and goals. Here we strive for global optimization and not local optimization, which would, in the end, is suboptimal for the whole, right? A well-trained Scrum Master should understand conflict navigation and mediation. They can then return successfully to the team with an organizational solution that removes the impediment. Very often, this also lifts collaboration with the company to the next level, and the organization grows in agility and will be better positioned for the next challenge of competition. Now that we've seen the Scrum approach, let's broaden to a view of general adaptive and hybrid approaches to problem solving. There are 4 main actions the project manager can take and promote for the team. First, they can track the impediments by using some systematic way of recording and managing them. Used in a similar way as an issue log, an impediment log can take a variety of forms, from sticky notes on a task board to a sophisticated software capturing greater detail and communication features. Second, you can reprioritize the product backlog. In the process of looking at the work to be done, we want to constantly be looking out for potential problems. Third, use the daily stand-up meetings as a forum for team brainstorming about and progressing the problems towards resolution. And then finally, and probably most important, be a servant leader. Whether you're in a process role such as a Scrum Master or a team lead or a team member, be responsible and proactive about problem solving on your project team. Okay. Those are ways to remove impediments. So I'd like to begin, kind of open up the floor here, again, doing a little bit more activity here, and ask you, how does your team solve problems? Do you use any of these techniques or any of the others that haven't, or are there others that haven't been mentioned? Y'all can still hear me, can't you?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. Does anybody, you can put it in the chat if you want to or whatever, or say just yes. Do you track impediments in your projects?
I don't call them impediments. I call them showstoppers for me.
Mm-hmm. Mhm.
But yes, showstoppers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Same here. Yeah, we call them.
Yeah.
I'm on one project where we call them showstoppers, and then other projects
Yeah.
they are identified as issues.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah. Hmm.
Absolutely. Do you ever reprioritize or I mean I know in my organization I'm always hearing about prioritization. So do y'all experience that as well in your projects where you sometimes have to reprioritize maybe different functionality, the functionality that you're maybe dealing with, or anything else going on in your sphere of your project, you got to put something that's more important than the other.
every week.
I'm sorry, that happens
Every day, every hour, every call.
Absolutely, I know, and it can be awfully frustrating, especially when you're trying to get a project done or you want to get a particular element of that project completed. Yeah, we're continually reprioritizing to try to, again, the whole focus of that is trying to bring the most value forward, right? And sometimes the information that comes about on a day-to-day basis can cause us to have to reprioritize. Absolutely. These are the things project managers are always engaging in. Yeah, fantastic, fantastic.
And Cindy, before we move on, I saw,
Yeah.
a hand raised over on the side. If we could capture
Oh,
that. It looks like
cool,
Melissa
cool.
has a question.
Yeah,
Yes, I was
Melissa.
just
Thank
saying the definition folder on slide 78, I believe it was.
Let me go back there. Yes, I'm here. Do you see 78 up on the screen now?
But the book that I think the instructors are the only ones that have access to click on that to find out what the definition is.
Oh,
Over there to
The little pale one, the little
the
pale
little
book.
oh
the little book.
yeah, the look. I don't know what will happen. I'll click on it. Here it goes. There you go. Issue log. An issue is a current condition or situation that may have an impact on the project objectives. An issue log is used to record and monitor information on active issues. Issues are assigned to a responsible party for follow-up and resolution. Yeah, gosh, I didn't even know that little button was there. Thank you for pointing that out. Excellent.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'll remember to do that from now on. Hmm. Okay, let me get back to where we are in that. Yeah, so that moves us to the end of this particular topic. In terms of the exam content outline, we've covered these topics in this lesson that you see here listed on the screen. The emphasis again is on recognizing when a risk becomes an issue and then initiating collaboration with the relevant stakeholders to identify the best approach to resolve the issues. Additionally, we need to have a method for removing blockers that involves capturing the details, prioritizing the critical blockers, and then using our resources strategically to resolve. Are there any other questions that you might have about the strategies, tools, and the techniques that we've discussed here for managing your project changes? Well, very good. I'll offer up another chance to ask questions as we get through the next set of slides. Excellent. So as I mentioned previously, change is inevitable, but again, it is regularly insurmountable. So let's look at the methods that we can leverage for implementing changes during a project. There will be changes throughout the project. Some changes are a result of a risk event, like we just discussed, occurring right, or a project environment change. Some are based on developing a deeper understanding of the requirements, and others are due to customer requests or other reasons. They can come out of nowhere, right? Therefore, project teams should prepare a process for adapting plans throughout the project. This may take the form of a change control process, reprioritizing the backlog, or rebaselining the project. Projects that have a contractual element may need to follow a defined process for contract changes. With that said, let's have another interactive discussion about change. What constitutes a change in a project? Does anybody have an idea? What constitutes a change in a project?
Maybe a customer
Well,
request.
Okay.
I would say
If that
anything that
Go ahead.
impacts the defined deliverable and or timeline would be a change.
There you go. I think you've certainly said it, and I think where you'd find the vernacular in the PMBOK or in the ICO, it may be something along the lines of a change is something that changes one of the baselines or measures, right? A schedule, right? A cost. So that's what we would consider a change, something that's significant to hit one of those baselines. Can a change come from anywhere?
I think in this business, yes.
Yes, absolutely. It can come from anywhere. It can come. It could come within the project, within the team itself, or it can come from the organization. It can come from outside of the organization. Right? There's internal and external drivers to changes. Yeah, perfect. How does the life cycle and development approach affect our response to change? So if you think about predictive life cycles, well, I'll kind of put it this way. Can I give you a hint? So predictive life cycles, um, well, I won't say it's a hint. I'll probably just tell you. Predictive life cycles kind of, already kind of address it up front, right? They try to predict what might be going on out there and try to build it into the process. Whereas adaptive life cycles and development approaches, they incorporate and expect the change to be part of the normal work, right? Right? Okay. Predictive life cycles try to control for change, potential change, whereas adaptive life cycles, that's what they're all about anyway, is right, expecting change to happen. So it's already kind of built into the processes and so forth. Okay. So that's where you would see a little bit of a difference in the life cycle and development approach with change. Okay. So let's consider some of the causes of changes to projects using the predictive life cycles or development approaches. Typically, causes of project changes originate from the items listed here on the slide. For example, inaccurate initial estimates, right? They arise from maybe a lack of experience, a lack of information, or precedence, inaccurate data, excessive optimism, that's probably my problem, technological difficulties, and unreliable resources. Getting these original estimates to be as realistic and accurate as possible, if possible, make the change control process more manageable. Changes can also come from new regulations. As project work progresses, new governmental or industry-specific new regulations may be enacted. I don't know if you've experienced that in some of your projects, but in some very long projects, right, projects that may go on for years, you may see, regulations change and cause some disruption in the project, right? If the new regulations are related to the ongoing project change certainly becomes necessary. Accommodating new regulations or legislation can also mean revisiting the planning process to determine the effect the new regulations will have on resource needs, the schedule durations, and quality specifications. And of course, changes can come from missed requirements. I mean, if you're in software development, you know that we're always going to probably miss something. Many times the requirements are understood by reviewing the documentation and interviewing the end users and policymakers. However, there are times when a complete and comprehensive understanding may not be possible, and we end up with missed requirements. And these misunderstandings may happen for many reasons. For example, the interviewer may feel that he or she has understood the point, and the interviewee feels that he has expressed all that matters. Or although a requirements traceability matrix is prepared, the same confusion might arise in a written document. And then sometimes, with prototyping, where that might be used as a demonstration of functional and or technical requirements. Although still these techniques reduce the chances of missing any requirements, it can't guarantee that every requirement is captured. Regarding specification changes, project work can open new avenues of development and design that were not considered during the initial planning of the project work and scope. So as new options for a product or a service become apparent, customers, sponsors, or the project manager may broaden the project scope to include new specifications and deliverables. Are any of these also causes of changes in adaptive projects, do you think? We certainly know they are for predictive. Do you think you see them in adaptive projects?
I would think they could be in both types.
I would agree with you. Right, right. And if the answer is really kind of yes, absolutely, because of these potential changes. This is why we've seen a shift in the use of hybrid and adaptive cycles, right? That's why we've moved there, because we can't foresee all the changes that are going to happen. So we needed a way of coping with that, and so adaptive approaches are what we're seeing in our environment today, right? So that we can be more responsive. And again, moving toward that goal of delivering maximum value for our clients. Excellent. Looking at the list of project management principles here, let's try and notice how many of these address the reality of dynamic and perpetual change. Which of these project management principles do you think deal with the subject of change? Well, certainly L, right? I mean, it's even got change in the sentence there, enable change to achieve the envisioned future state, right? But we're just looking at stewardship, for example, the first one, A, right? Projects they bring about changes, right, that might have unwanted consequences. So project practitioners should be astute to identifying that, right, and analyze and manage the potential downsides of the project outcome so that stakeholders are aware and informed, right? That's what we do. We also help to create a transparent working environment, and getting open communication channels, and stakeholders or being a steward, plays a big role in being a change maker. Anything else anybody sees here?
Well, I think there's a bunch of them. Like B talks about responding. I'm assuming you're responding to an interaction, something that might require change, navigating complexity. That's all part of change as well.
Oh.
Optimizing risk responses. Again, maybe it's risk, not actual change. Effectively engaging with stakeholders. That's all, you're going to have to do that when there's change on the table, right?
Mm-hmm. And new
You have to
people
be
are gonna come
adaptable.
in, right?
Adaptable and adaptability and resiliency, as well as focus on value in terms of evaluating your change recommendations. But yeah, so there's a bunch of them here, I think, that would be vital to change and managing change.
Yeah, exactly. So the project man, basically this tells us that the project manager is invaluable, right, to being that change maker and a change leader. So that's probably almost probably your biggest role besides just communicating, right? Continually communicating. And the reason we got to communicate is because there's so much change. Excellent. Thank you. So time to turn now to the how of this topic. How do we manage change, right? So let's start from the bigger picture, right? If changes are taking place in business environment systems, it's likely that they're also going to influence what is happening in a project. This includes things like the cost of the availability of goods and resources, timing in the context of national or cultural holidays and events, and even natural disasters. Project teams need to operate with an appropriate level of awareness of what's happening outside of the project to be able to handle potential impacts. There are some frameworks that we can use to continuously explore what is happening outside of your project as well. And these include PESTLE, which is a framework for looking at political, economic, social, technical, legal, environmental impacts, right? Or TCOP. It considers technical, environmental, commercial, operational, and political. And then VUCA looks at volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. These are all, again, frameworks that you can use to monitor that external business environment and to look for how change could potentially impact your project. Okay, one moment. Can y'all still hear me? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, we
Okay,
can.
good. Okay, perfect. Okay. While predictive approaches aim to determine the bulk of the requirements up front and control changes through a change request process, adaptive approaches, on the other hand, explore feasibility in short cycles, and then they quickly adapt based on evaluation and feedback. While you should understand the overview of each of these by now, let's just take a minute to discuss the controls, right? Controls are the interventions that project practitioners can use to guide or contain change so that it ends up being manageable. Of course, our predictive processes are made for this job. To ensure change is managed or controlled, the project manager and the team will use the Perform Integrated Change Control process, the change request process, a change control board, and maintain or update project artifacts. Adaptive life cycle approaches also have controls for change. It's a myth that agile teams operate in a free-for-all or anything-goes manner. There are some experiential and developmental aspects, yes, but these are still contained within the developmental approach with checks or guardrails. And the key ones are the product owner role. This individual is the key decision maker for changes on the team. Okay? Full participation is enabled by allowing everyone on the team to participate in refining the backlog. You should always remember that everyone has a voice. To ensure everyone understands the requirements, teams can hold a demo. Key customer and user stakeholders, the product owner, and the team can review the demo and provide feedback to ensure the changes work as intended and do not impact the workflow of the solution. This early feedback allows for adaptation and should improve the quality of the change while reducing the overall cost and risk. Finally, and very important, iteration or sprints are closed cycles. No changes are allowed during the sprint. So once the sprint starts, no changes are allowed. In hybrid approaches, we may see a combination or any of these controls just discussed for predictive and adaptive approaches. Okay, so these are the controls, or the way we can go about managing change. So in predictive projects, the project team actively manages the changes to the work to ensure only approved changes are included in the scope baseline. Scope changes can add to uncertainty, of course. Therefore, any change request should be accompanied by an evaluation of any new risks that are introduced due to the addition to or change in scope. The project manager is going to work with the change control board and the change requester to guide change requests through the change control process, which is what you see here. Approved changes are integrated into the applicable project planning documents, product backlog, and the project scope. The changes are also communicated to the appropriate stakeholders. This is just how a general flow would look for the change management process. So we can also see that, forms, there's a certain type of form that may be used, to submit, right? We're going to end up logging that change request, right? We're going to make sure we're communicating if it's been rejected. We're also going to prepare an impact statement, right, to help us make the decision whether to go towards authorizing that change. And if it is, again, if it's not authorized, right, we're going to send that rejection notice. We're going to communicate it. And if it were accepted, we're going to build and communicate that change. Again, always communicating, execute the change, and then, if as need be, rebalance that project, which we probably would, again, based off that definition of change, right? It's going to affect the baseline. Okay. So very important to be familiar with what a change management process looks like. And, of course, to have it for your projects as well. So let's learn about change requests. There are 4 types of change requests. The first change request originates, as a corrective action. This type of change request adjusts the performance of the project work with the project management plan. An example of a corrective action would be maybe bug fixes, right? When a software application has a defect, such as an unexpected behavior, crashes, or incorrect results, a change request is submitted to correct that issue. And this could involve modifying the code, adjusting configurations, or updating the data. Okay, corrective action. The next type of change request originates from preventive action. Okay, preventive actions ensure future performance of the project work with the project management team. For example, suppose a software development team is working on a web application that handles sensitive user data. To prevent potential security breaches, they decide to submit a preventive change request that includes strengthening the application's authentication process to minimize the risk of unauthorized access. By proactively enhancing the authentication mechanism, the team aims to prevent security incidents rather than reactively addressing them after a breach occurs. Preventative actions like this contribute to a more robust and secure software system, and it mitigates potential issues that could negatively impact the company's reputation and financial standing. Another type of change request originates from the need to repair a defect. Defect repairs modify nonconformance within the project. For example, a developer makes an unauthorized code change without proper documentation. These changes violate the established process and are considered nonconformance. Okay? And then just simply a change. As we've mentioned before, it modifies the project baseline, right? It's a significant alteration to the product such that it introduces that fundamental or foundational modification. An example might be, suppose a software application is currently using a relational database management system for data storage. However, due to scalability requirements and performance concerns, the development team decides to switch to NoSQL database instead. So this type of change is foundationally impacting to the project and would be considered a change that is going to impact, again, a baseline, one or more baselines. Okay. Can you think of any additional examples, perhaps, that something that's maybe occurred on your project that falls into one of these categories? I'm sure you can.
Well, I mean,
There's,
yeah,
go ahead.
no, just like the change, like it modifies the project baseline. I mean, the project I'm on, like has happened repeatedly. It's we do network transformations at customer locations, and there are new customer locations turned up that need to be added into it. There are customer locations that shut down and they need to be removed. So, I mean, there's lots of that type of change to the baseline that, again, my every week.
And you think you never get anywhere, right? Something's always new coming in. Yeah, absolutely. I lived in the world of defect repair. I mean, when I first started with the company, I was a quality control manager in our billing platform. So my team tested the changes to the billing system. So invariably, I mean, as they're testing according to the requirements, they find defects, right? And just the requirement perhaps wasn't interpreted properly or fully understood. The developer missed something. So, what do? We file an issue, right? It's got to be fixed. Yeah, excellent. All right. So an effective change control system includes forms, tracking methods, processes, and of course approval levels required. Excuse me. It also includes having the appropriate approval levels for authorizing or rejecting any requested changes. One approval level may be what we call the Change Control Board, the CCB, which handles some change requests based on the approval levels documented in your change management plan. By definition, here I can use that nice little definition box right there. By definition, the Change Control Board is a formally chartered group responsible for reviewing, evaluating, approving, delaying, or rejecting changes to the project and for recording and communicating those decisions. Okay? Very important to understand what the function of the Change Control Board is. So let's turn our focus now to managing and resolving problems related to contracts. We talked about contracts in our last session. These problems are treated somewhat separately as they're likely to be a shared responsibility with the organization, including procurement, finance, and/or another functional department. The project manager will likely work with the vendor to manage contract changes as well as with the partners in the organization that I just mentioned and take appropriate action. If there are legal problems that are serious enough to cause issues, the project manager may need to engage expert help. Okay, so the contract change control system is the system that we'll use to collect, track, adjudicate, and communicate changes to a contract. It may be a component of the integrated change control system, or it may be a separate system. It is specifically dedicated to control changes to contracts, and it will specify the process by which project contract changes can be made. And finally, it includes the documentation, the dispute resolution processes, and the approval levels to authorize the changes to contract specifications. When expected business developments, regulatory changes, or shifts in the strategic direction occur, the contract change control system ensures that contracts will remain relevant, enforceable, and reflective of the current business realities. Whether it's a minor tweak or a major overhaul, effective contract change management keeps the contract strong and aligned with the evolving business landscape. Okay. So let's review the types of contract changes that you might see or can be made, right? First, we have administrative type changes. These are non-substantive, and they're usually about the way the contract is being administered. You might have contract modifications, right? And this would be a substantive change to the contract requirements, such as a new or different deadline or a change in the product requirements. Then you might have a supplemental agreement, right? This is an addendum to the contract, which is negotiated separately. I experienced this a good bit in some of the contract work I was involved in, where we might want to continue the work that the vendor was doing with us. Maybe we found some additional work that needed to be done, right? A requirement changed or whatever, and we needed to change the scope of the agreement to continue that work. Fourth, you've got constructive changes, which are made or caused by the buyer, throughout action or inaction for that matter. And then lastly, a termination of a contract happens when the vendor might default. In other words, they fail, to complete or fulfill their obligation, or for the customer's convenience. For example, defaults are usually due to either non-performance, such as late deliveries or poor quality, or non-performance of some or all of the project requirements. Okay. Are there, can you think of any of the kinds of changes that are looking at here that are more likely to cause conflict? As you look at these, would you think that conflict would be greater in certain types of changes?
Well, I mean, termination of contract.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of conflict going on there, right?
That's kind of the ultimate, right?
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
And I would say the contract modification, if you're changing requirements as well.
Yeah, yeah. That's pretty substantive, isn't it? Yeah. That's kind of a main concept here too, is thinking about substantive versus non-substantive changes, right? Well, I'll ask this question too. Um, could better contract management and oversight help?
It depends.
But typically, probably yes, right? Some type of oversight.
Yeah, I mean,
Keep
I
an
guess it
eye on
depends on,
things.
yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Just remember that effective contract management involves proactively communicating, right? Documenting, making sure that we've got adherence to established processes. When we address these types of changes systematically, project teams can minimize any conflicts that come up and maintain successful project outcomes. But yeah, better contract management and oversight certainly can help to keep the changes down, right? And keep the team moving forward. Okay, excellent. When a change leads to a dispute, you'll need to seek legal advice to ensure that the terms of the contract were observed. The project manager should remember to use their negotiation skills to reach a final, equitable settlement of all the issues, claims, and disputes. So briefly, here are the legal concepts you should be familiar with as they relate to contracts. Warranty, this is a promise, explicit or implied, that goods or services will meet a predetermined standard. The standard may cover reliability, fitness for use, and safety. I think we've all been exposed to product warranties of some sort. The one I can think of right off the bat is my Apple phone. When I get a new electronic device, there's typically a product warranty that comes with that. Waiver, this is a legally binding provision in which one party in a contract agrees to forfeit a claim without the other party becoming liable, even if it's inadvertent. Breach of contract, this is a failure to meet some or all of the obligations. Kind of just mentioned that a moment ago. It may result in damages paid to the injured party, litigation, or other ramifications. Right? And it's not the vendor, too, that always does the breach of the contract. The corporation or the contracting entity could breach the contract as well. Cease and desist letter. This is a letter sent to an individual or a business to stop allegedly illegal activities and to not undertake them again. That means to desist. It's often used as a warning of impending legal action if it's ignored. So important terms to be aware of in regard to the contracts. Claims administration is a procedure used to settle the contract disputes. It includes the processing, adjudicating, or deciding, and communicating any claims that are made against the contract. These can be the result of changes that are being contested, including potential constructive changes. The disagreement could be the result of two parties being unable to agree on the compensation to cover the change or unable to agree that a change occurred. And these can also be known as claims, disputes, or appeals. If these cannot be resolved in a timely manner, they are often referred to and handled through alternative dispute resolution, or ADR, which has been defined as part of the contract terms. Settlement of any contract disagreements through negotiation is always preferred over ADR. And then lastly, litigation, or in other words, going to court, should always be the last resort. It's really pretty quite expensive once you get to that point. Okay. Keep in mind that based on the scope of changes, the project manager may need to update, again, the scope baseline, the schedule, work packages, and or team member assignments. Agile teams may consider removing lower value deliverables from the scope to make room for a change. I think we all experienced that in some form or fashion along the way. Right. So with that, we've successfully have concluded Lesson 5 by evaluating and addressing external business environment changes for their impact to our project scope and discussing how we as project managers can manage project changes. Managing project changes effectively is crucial for successful project delivery. Project managers can drive effective change by establishing a clear change management strategy that includes strong communication to the stakeholders, ensuring alignment, and ensuring buy-in. Additionally, they should involve stakeholders at every stage. By fostering collaboration, the project manager builds trust and ensures smoother transitions through change. So I'll open it up now and see if there are any additional questions this evening. It's always hard to stay silent. All right. I think the information is pretty straightforward, but I'll hang on for a few minutes. If you have any questions, feel free to hang back and ask. I'll do my best to ask, or I'll go get the answer for you if I don't know it. But otherwise, it's been a pleasure, sharing this information with you. Again, I encourage you, once you get your PMP certification, and I know you will, that you'll come back and join us as instructors. I think you'll really enjoy it. I find that it has helped me to continue to stay fresh with the material, right, and keeps it in my kind of my quiver of arrows when I'm working on projects. So it's a great way to stay engaged with the project management terminology and so forth and practices, so that we all are continuing to use the same language when we're executing our projects. So, but I wish you all the best in your efforts on the PMP, and I'm available if you ever have any questions.
Thank you very much.
Everybody.
Have a great night.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
now. Y'all take care. Happy studying.
Thanks, Cindy.
You're welcome.
Hey, you said you were
Hey.
going to hang out for a few. I'm having a hard time. I'm supposed to be on vacation next week. I ended up joining late because I had to go get my work phone. I'm having a hard time getting logged in on my personal device, and I'm going out of the country, so I'm going to have my personal device. I didn't know if you've ever had anybody try to get onto Teams this way or not.
I've heard a little bit about some of the challenges with that. I can certainly reach out to one of my PMN colleagues and see if there's any help for you. When will you be leaving for vacation?
Friday's my last day, but I won't actually be flying out until Monday morning.
Okay. So by Friday at the latest, you need some help.
Yeah, so
right?
I apologize for being tardy, but it's like, oh no, I'm not doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I was listening in on a call the other day, and they had mentioned that this was a challenge for, not working on an AT&T device, right? So, I'm sorry. Let me see if I see your name here. I just want to make sure I get your name down. Is that who was talking? Was that
It's Tracy Ridley
Tracy?
or Teresa Ridley, however they have me there.
Okay, Tracy. Okay, Tracy, let me reach out to one of my colleagues, and I'll see what answer we might be able to get for you here to help you. Okay.
That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to bug you.
Yeah, no, you're not bugging me at all. I appreciate you bringing the issue to the front here. Okay.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Tracy.
All right.
Take good care. Okay.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from anybody left on the bridge? All right. Very good. Well, I'm going to go ahead and close the bridge. If anybody has any questions after that, you feel free to send them to me directly. Y'all have a great evening.
Is there anybody still there?